Okay, hopefully that works now. Do you guys hear me? Hopefully that works. Yeah, that works. Um, I had to reinstall Windows recently, and in the process, I had to change things, and I didn't have OBS set to the right audio output. So now you guys can hear me. Okay, so um, for some additional clarification before I get too far into things, part of the reason there's been a lack of videos in the past couple of days is that I had picked up a new processor and motherboard and RAM last week, and I was going to swap them out. But in the process, I was checking the water block on my graphics card, and when doing so, I found that there was a short on the back of my graphics card. So that pretty much put me out of operation there for a couple days. Um, I am going to try and RMA that graphics card because that's a 3090. As far as I know, the card still works. I think this short or whatever happened on it happened a long time ago, but understandably, I do not want to risk putting that back into my computer. Audio cutting in and out. Let me take a look here. I think it was the noise gate. Yeah, that noise gate's off now. Okay. Yeah, so it's because I had to fully like reset everything up. So the noise gate should be off now, and that should stop the cutting out. Okay. So to recap what I just said then, if it did all cut out, was upgrading some stuff on my computer, checked my 3090, the water block on it, found that it had shorted out a little bit. Doesn't look like it's caused by the water block, but that put me out of operation there for a little bit. But I do have a replacement graphics card in. I'm not sure how well, it's all going to work for the stream here, but going to be finding out today. Okay. Yeah, the noise gate was clearly like the default setting or something, I think. So it was set up a little bit too aggressively for sure. Okay. Let me get caught up on chat here because I do see that there's already a couple things being discussed. Okay. Alan, Warport Voyager, John, Kalijah, Justin, Corey, Benjamin, Carillion Blade, Michael. How's it all going? Amir, Michael. Yeah, it should all be fixed now. Yeah, so the impression with the Maelstrom torpedo was that the impression that Jonathan had given to us was that nerfs weren't going to happen like they did under Bordicus, and I'm not very happy about this. Basically, what they've done with the patch today is they've cut the damage in half for the Maelstrom, and they've also made it so that the recharge time is half of what it was. So with the recharge time being halved, but the damage halved also, the technical, like the overall DPS over a long duration should still be the same. The issue is that you're not getting those really large hits like you did before. So everything I've seen so far indicates that it's a direct 50% hit to the Maelstrom, for what it does per per hit. So they did the exact same thing to the Maelstrom as they did to Tricobalt. Yeah, pretty much. Can't understand what I'm saying. Is the audio messing up? Understand what I'm saying? Is audio? Yeah, let me know if the audio messes up at all, because this setup's had some issues so far. I had a lot of like coil line getting picked up when I tried to record a video last night. Okay. So yeah, I thought we were done with nerfs, though I guess if this had been a Borticus nerf, we would have been looking at, a hit to the DPS of the torpedo also. But even with this, I'm not too happy with this. I understand why they did this. The Maelstrom, let's be completely honest with ourselves here. The Maelstrom was slamming pretty hard. Now, my issue here is that it took them this long to do anything about it. Andrew, thank you for the membership. Um, so I was hoping they were gonna leave it alone, given it's been out for 3 months. But apparently, for I don't know what their exact root cause was to determine to go through and hit the Maelstrom, but this is going to impact it. The Maelstrom, as I will show here with the tooltips, is doing half of what it did before. So I'm gonna take a picture here. Really bad timing on their part too, because this is a huge nerf to the legendary first strike bundle, and it's coming just after the start of a 30% sale. So at the left here is what this looked like before the patch, and at the right is what the Maelstrom looks like after the patch. So you can see there that the damage has literally like been halved. But the recharge time is supposed to be faster. Sorry, I'm catching up on chat. Rubica, how's it going? Accidentally opened 2 T6 coupon gift packs. I don't know. I've never heard of them repacking a T6 coupon box, to be honest. I fly halfway across the country, check in and see this. I'll need the Reader's Digest. So basically, with the Maelstrom, what they've done here is they have halved the damage, but they've also halved how long it takes to build up a charge. You can still only have a max of 3 charges, but now that 3 charge Maelstrom will only be half as impactful as what it used to be. And what this is really going to do is it's going to make those big max 1 hits that you got with the Maelstrom not be as much of a thing anymore. You're not going to see people doing 8 to 10 million damage from a single Maelstrom torpedo. You're going to still be getting a lot out of this torpedo, just not as much as before, and it's also not going to cause as much overkill as it did before. It seems to have a 30-second torpedo cooldown, so you can't fire it until 2 charges build up. Yeah. Nice to see nerfs to paid gear. Yeah, that's one of the things that sucks here with the Maelstrom, is that this Maelstrom, was the core reason that a lot of people went out and picked up the legendary first strike bundle. That is a $120 bundle in the C store. And 3 months after its release, they hit the torpedo, which again was like one of the main incentives for people to buy this. And technically, the DPS that you get from the torpedo will remain the same, but the amount of damage you get when you fire it for each individual torp is going to be substantially lower than what it was before. Restart the stream fixes the audio dropout. Yeah, this is really bad timing for them to do this on the day that they started up a bundle sale. Yeah, if this change had been done right after the bundle's released, or ideally before it even, made it to consumers, that would have been better. But doing this 3 months after launch, that's pretty rough. So yeah, now it's basically just a 15-second quantum torp, but as is being pointed out in chat, it looks like you still can only fire it, or it's still labeled as having a 30-second recharge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go in and um, I'm going to swap ships, and I'm just going to fire it against a target and just see what it does. I want to see how long the recharge actually takes. Alan, how's it going? I'm disappointed as I didn't use the Maelstrom, as cooldown was a bit high for me, and I thought this update would be 15 seconds, not 30. Yeah, so I think, honestly, I think that the 30-second issue, I think that's just a screw up on their part. I imagine that'll probably be tuned out. Okay, I'm going to go into a patrol real quick, and I'm gonna fire the torpedo from cloak and just see how it goes. Kalijah, apparently that's what people are saying, and if that's the case, that sounds like that's a bug.
The recent conflict.
Enemy ships warping in near projection station Alpha. We have multiple hull breaches in our
containment breach. Evacuating all personnel.
hull is
Okay,
buckling.
I'm gonna
The
fire
column's dead in
this
space.
torpedo. I mean, it still is hitting hard, just not as hard as it did before. So it's got a charge there. Can I fire it, though? That's the question. Yeah, I can fire it. Oh, what is this 30-second... Yeah, it's got like a 30-second lockout now till I can fire it. I mean, it's letting me fire it with just the one charge. So I don't know what to say there. Like, you can see it lit up that I could fire it. Yeah, I think that's just a tooltip issue. So again, I'll fire it.
Next group incoming. Projector station Beta. Attack.
And I can already fire it again, so... Yeah, that's just a tooltip issue, this 30-second recharge. That's simply a tooltip issue. Do I have the Eagle console on? I don't think I have the Eagle console on this build. At least you can spam more TMP torps with this change. So yeah, basically what this has done is everything with the Maelstrom's been halved. The recharge time on the charges is half of what it was before. It's 15 seconds instead of 30 seconds. And you hit 3 charges by 45 seconds instead of 90 seconds. To compensate, the damage of the torpedo has been halved. Again, I'll show this comparison. Left side is before the update. Right side here is after. And you can see the damage is straight up taking a 50% hit. 66.76k versus 33.38. I think the Maelstrom is still going to be worth it on some builds. But you have to understand you're not going to be getting the really large max 1 hits that we were getting with it before the update. Um, it is still going to do a lot of DPS. It's still going to be a very effective weapon, but you're not going to get the same amount of like overkill from it, which is going to hurt it in like a DPS run situation. But in general play, I mean, it's still going to slam. Distant Night, I don't know how aware they are internally at Cryptic about overkill, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't know how much that factors into them, into their decisions. So yeah, you can fire Maelstrom every 15 seconds rather than every 30 now, and that does make it a bit more usable for some builds, but you just, again, you're not going to have the same huge damage spike. Are DPS runs with pre-nerf Maelstrom going to be taken down? Yes. I need to mute for a second. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Had to take that call. I missed a couple things in chat. Terrible, Megla. To be honest, it's silly anyway that a considerable amount of DPS comes from overkill. I feel like it invalidates the point of making effective builds. Yes, absolutely. That there is issues with overkill in general, and figuring out a way to address that with the limitations I have on SCM is quite difficult, and that's something that I'll be talking about more soon, especially as the server renewal comes up for SCM. You know, there's questions of, do we even want to continue it? You know, I wonder what that means for future Maelstrom like Torps. Why bother with the Hail Photon? They'd be weaker, reload, and yeah. Yeah, Ed, that's definitely going to be a factor here. Indeed, Michael. Yeah, Benjamin, definitely. I would say try him out, because like I could fire him every 15 seconds there when I was just testing it. So this 30-second recharge, you know, this is 15. That's a really terrible 5. There we go. That's a little bit better. So yeah, it's 15-second recharge. The damage has been halved. The charges build up faster, but the damage has been halved. This makes me sad. I've been playing with the Maelstrom Torps since the legendary Akira was added and love them. Yeah, it's definitely going to impact a lot of people's mood about things, because the Maelstrom has definitely been a very core part to build since its release, and a lot of people did go out and explicitly pick it up just for that. Yeah, Maelstrom was quite overpowered for sure. Hyper noob question, what's overkill? So overkill is when you're shooting a target and it has a million health, but your weapon or whatever you're hitting it with does 10 million damage. the, you know, only 1 million of that actually was needed to kill the target, but that other 9 million is actually still registered by the game and is output on the combat log, which means that if you're going after like a DPS record, that overkill can really benefit you because it's adding extra hit points onto the map that shouldn't have been there. That's terrible. Like if there was a console that does 1 trillion damage to a single ship, but then disables you for 5 minutes, everyone would run it because overkill. Yeah, I mean that sort of, is what Thaleron is right now. Regular torps do almost nothing. Maelstrom alone wasn't able to do stuff. Yeah. Time to test the nerfed Maelstroms in ISC. Yep, we're going to do an ISC here shortly. I need to reinstall SCM. Like I said earlier in the stream, for those that missed it, I had to reinstall Windows, and what that means is it's time to go in and reinstall things. So I'm going to download the installer for SCM. The standalone EXE does not support table uploads anymore, so keep that in mind. So I'm going to get the installer version. This Dropbox is actually, like, this is on my Dropbox. I'm just not signed in right now. So you don't have to worry. That download is fine. Set it up. Yes, run anyway. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, I need to browse for my SCM install here, or STL. Okay. That had me really confused momentarily. Windows protected your PC, yeah. So yeah, setting up SCM is not really that difficult. If you are wanting to set up SCM yourself, MC Stu has a video going over it. Damn, I hate this Windows snapping here. But it's pretty easy to set up, as you saw. I just downloaded and had it all set up in like a minute there. Yeah, I did see that random cooldown. Okay, so to clarify for people that are just arriving, what's happened is the Maelstrom has had its damage cut in half, and its recharge time has also been cut in half. So it still is a max of 3 charges. It's just that at 3 charges, it's going to only take 45 seconds to build up those charges versus 90 before, but the damage that the torp does is halved. We should have the new ship bundle announced, I think next week. Okay, I'm going to go over to my Delkina, because that's what I've been using quite a bit recently. So let me open that. 1701, how's it going, man? Dustin? David, I'm not on an engineer tank. Terrible. Oh yeah, the plasmatic biomatter turret can now be re-engineered. I appreciate them going through and changing that, because I did actually want to use this thing. And let me see if I can get the epic modifier sorted out. I'm about to run out of salvage. Okay, that's not perfect, but we're just gonna leave that as is, because I don't want to be down and get salvage right now. Yeah, that's a lot of modifiers. I'm going to do a public queue ISE, and we're going to just test the Maelstrom in there, see how it goes, and see just how good or bad the damage numbers are. Okay, public queue ISE, here we go. I think the overall like long-term DPS, I think from a more casual point of view, it'll still be, I don't know. It'll hopefully still be fine, but it looks like there might be some bugs with the cooldown on it.
The situation is...
By the way, how's the like visual quality of the stream? Because I am trying the built-in AV1 encoder on this AMD GPU. So did you guys say it's as good as normal, or is there like a noticeable drop in quality versus what you usually see? Looks good.
Warning, ship is under attack.
Scanning the nanite trench. God. It's something that will make...
Definitely not as much of a spike here at the start. Yeah, it definitely just did not feel as spiky as it did before. Like, the torp still hit hard, but you can definitely feel it's not slamming, you know, as hard as it did prior to the patch. Yeah, I think the next bundle will be announced on the next 10 forward, and then it'll probably be out the following week. If not later later next week. Looks good at 1080p. Rob, how's it going? Stuka, I don't believe so, but I know if you have the Ferengi set from the Lobby store, you can get a discount on buying things from some of the vendors. Okay, so let's see here. Definitely not as much from the Maelstrom as I would have seen prior to the patch. Because if you guys remember, I was quite consistently getting like 250 to 300k DPS off the Maelstrom prior to this prior to this patch, and the first run here doesn't look great. 156k from it. I mean, that's still pretty good for a torpedo that you don't have any traits slotted for or anything like that. But it's not as overpowered as it had been prior to this. So I'm going to take a picture of this, and I'm going to try to pull up one of the ISCs we did last week just to show this like side by side. So let me go like that. And change this quick. Here's one, 853. I guess that's a pretty good comparison. So here's a run that I did on stream last week, I'm gonna guess, and about the same DPS number. Let's take a look at these side by side, because it looks like the numbers might actually be pretty close. Yeah, they actually are pretty close to each other. So I guess, realistically, like over a long duration, the Maelstrom DPS is still good. You're just not getting the max 1 hits like you did before. You look at this left one here, that was a 1.7 mil max 1 hit. You look at this run I just did, the max one from the Maelstrom was 837k. So it's still capable of doing a similar amount of DPS as to what it did before. It's just not going to be doing it in large burst. Yeah, so one salvo will not wipe the map out for you anymore. Nice, Dwayne. Exotic. Does Beverly Crusher work yet? I think the patch today should have fixed her causing a cooldown issue with some other torp abilities, but I just don't think you would want to use that bridge officer. I just don't think it'd be that good. I think you'd be better off with like an SRO or a watcher. Yep, indeed, Axel. The Chimera, I'm not even gonna get into that. He has issues. That's what I'll say there. That's what I thought would happen. Similar numbers, just not all at once. Yep. I personally like the nerf to the Maelstrom torpedo in a sadistic way. So the blog's claims are actually accurate for once. Overall DPS is pretty much the same, yeah. Githia, how's it going? So yeah, you see the DPS is the same, between these two comparable runs from before and after the patch. The difference is how the torp, did its damage. The Maelstrom's doing less per hit now, but it can fire faster, versus before where it could do just the larger hits in over, it was a longer time between firing, but you could get a larger shot in. DPS neutral, spike nerfed, one can live with it. Yeah. I don't think the nerf is going to be that bad for the general population of the game, to be completely honest with you guys. I would say if you have the Maelstrom, go out and give it a shot, see how it feels for you. You're definitely not going to see the max 1 hits, but the fact that you can fire it a ton still should mean that you're getting a good amount of DPS out of it. Where this is going to impact things is these really high DPS runs where people have been using the Maelstrom to get a lot of overkill. So what that is going to mean, and I can show you an example here. If we look at Hansi Houston's run, he had like, what was it? Almost 1.138 million DPS just from that torpedo, and the max one hit was 4.45 mil. Like there was a lot of overkill being caused by the Maelstrom torpedo before, and with this change, it's still going to do a lot of DPS. You're just not going to get the overkill from it. So from a casual point of view, I actually don't know how much of an impact this is going to be. Like for some of you, this may even be a benefit. To be perfectly honest, some of you may like that you can fire this torpedo faster now. There's still going to be a lot of testing to be done to see how it impacts in more casual more casual gameplay. But I think most of the impact here is going to be felt by people that chase DPS because you just can't get that overkill with it. Okay, let's see. Megla, this game has never been the same since Timberwolf left. Oh man. Some of the things you say, Megla. Yeah, that's true, Game Freaks. You're right. In an actual DPS environment, it's definitely a hit. Yeah, I got what you're saying, Game Freaks. It's not a tactical weapon, definitely. So, like before this update, the Maelstrom was with that really long cooldown, you had to use it strategically. And from that point of view, this is a huge nerf. Because strategically, if you want to use this to take out a big target, it's not going to be as good at doing so now. What happened to Timberwolf? Timberwolf was just not a good person, and it came out that he was a child abuser, and there was a bunch of drama about that about 2 or so years back, and he ended up just nuking his YouTube channel. Yeah, and at the point, well, the point Game Freaks is making here too is that the Maelstrom may end up losing to a normal like Quantum under like concentrate firepower. The Maelstrom torp is locked out for 30 seconds if you fire it without any torpedo firing mode. Gotcha. So like from a strategic, from like a high level point of view, this is a very significant nerf because it's impacting the capability to use the Maelstrom in a strategic way like it was initially intended to be able to go in and take out a big target. Darth, I don't think that would change. Yeah, but with it being halved, Benjamin, the question now is how much better is it really versus a normal like quantum torpedo? You know, the Maelstrom here, the entire point of the Maelstrom was that you weren't using it like a normal torpedo, to be fair. The entire point was that you're strategically letting it build up the charges so that you can go in and get a really devastating attack on a foe. So it from that point of view is a bit rough. So there's a question also of what the impact is going to be on the DPS tables. And what is going to happen is that I'm going to have to figure out what DPS number I want to go based off of. But every DPS run over a certain DPS value that has happened between the release of the first strike bundle up through today is going to have to be removed. So what I might do is like every run over 500k that has happened between the release of that torpedo and the nerf today will probably be stripped off the table. Do I think the Hesperian consonant traits may also get nerfed? I hope not. Yeah, you basically have to use it like your regular torpedo, and that kills the entire point of the torpedo. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Game Freaks, that's some good points there that I'm not really explaining very well on the stream. The point with the Maelstrom too, like that longer recharge that it had before, the longer duration for a charge, was that you could synchronize it, time your buffs alongside it to really maximize it. And with the, with everything about it being halved, you're not going to be able to time it up as well, because you're not going to have alpha go down fighting and all that up every time you want to fire it like you could have before. The issue with SCM is that there's no way for me to go through and filter out automatically like which runs had Maelstrom and which ones didn't. I would have to go through and like manually check every single parse. And the issue is too is that with the table wipe, we're going to have to include any runs where anyone in there had the Maelstrom on. So even if you didn't have Maelstrom on, if someone in your team did, that was compressing the runtime. I repeat question, do I get both legendary bundles I want now with 35? I think that with the 35% sale they're doing here, I don't know if they're going to do a 40% at the end of the month. I would personally, if you have bundles that you've been wanting to pick up, I would get them now. That 40% is not guaranteed. The 35% is, and it's here right now. It's very time consuming to go through and check every run on the table to see if anyone in there had Maelstrom on. We don't have the ability to do new seasons on SCM, unfortunately. Do I think the Hesperian consonant trait may also get nerfed? I would hope not. Yeah, in Kalijah, if you're using them with CF, a normal quantum torpedo will probably beat out the Maelstroms. Let me see if Tribble is updated. Okay, let me get this over. Let me know if there's any like weird hissing or anything on the mic because yesterday when I had any window over my stow window, it was like this really bad noise on the microphone. It was like it was picking up really bad coil line. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, Voltic. That was really random, but I appreciate it. Will the torp loadout work? It, oh wow, it actually worked. Okay. Yeah, let's test that, actually. Let's just show that on stream here, that a normal quantum torpedo will be able to outperform this. Hold on. I guess I'll just use my wide-angle quantum torp here, because that's what I've got on me. Okay, let's go into the test map. It's definitely a hit for it, Steven. It's gonna really impact some of the use cases people were using it for. Like you can't use it strategically now. You're stuck. You're stuck using the Maelstrom like a normal torpedo, and the point that Kalijah and Game Freaks have been pointing out to me is that with how it is now, a normal quantum torpedo under the effect of like the torp cooldown doffs or concentrate firepower should in theory be able to actually outperform the Maelstrom. So I want to put that to the test here. And I'm going to turn the combat log on. And I don't... No, I do have them. Okay. Because this last one. The thing with the Maelstrom is you would fire it strategically before, right? You would fire it very strategically, and now you're just not doing that. Wide angle quantum has the base damage of... Okay, let me grab a different torpedo. Not spread. I know people ask me, you know, is spread a good modifier? It's not. Where did that torpedo go? Here it is. I'm gonna have to leave the test map to upgrade this torp. I don't have enough salvage. Jonathan or John, what they did is they halved the damage, and they halved the cooldown on it for how long it takes to build up a charge. Yeah, no, I am. This is where the game is going to troll me and not give me a damage modifier for a long time. Combat time too low. Are you using the installed version of SCM, or are you using the standalone version? Because there's two different versions of SCM on the download page, and one of them doesn't support uploads. Have they add more buff to it? The recharge time of the torpedo has been halved, and the damage has been halved. So it does, you know, on paper the same DPS. You just don't have the big spikes from it anymore. Which was the point of the Maelstrom, was that you used it to have these really big spikes. Now the test I did on ISE, as has been pointed out to me, that's like testing it in the worst case scenario versus worst case scenario. I'm going to be testing it here. I'm just going to do CF. I did not mean to spawn the Kobayashi Maru in. Ceaseless momentum exists? Yeah, let me put that on too. This is a really old build from when we were messing with trauma response. Ceaseless momentum. Okay, combat logs on. Let me direct SCM over to the Tribble server. Live. I set the wrong one. Any news on the next ships coming? The next 10 forward should be revealing the patrol escort bundle, and that should be next week, I think. Worth comparing against the dark matter quantum. Yeah, that'll be one to compare against too. Okay, so I'm gonna mark CF on the target. I'm gonna use a high yield with it also. So I'm gonna do. Let me get the torps out here. There's Maelstrom, there's the dark matter, and then there's the normal quantum. Okay, so I'm going to. Here's Maelstrom. CF still, of course, does nothing for the Maelstrom, other than the extra damage. It doesn't impact the recharge time. I don't have any cooldown reduction on, which is why the CF isn't up. Yeah. So you can fire, like, you can fire the Maelstrom every 15 seconds, and just to illustrate that again, let me. Once it builds up to 3 charges, I'm going to shoot again just to show it is actually going every 15 seconds. Torp recharge again clearly has like no impact. Actually, it looks like it may have let me It looked like it did something on the buff there, the buff icon. Gotta do chemosite with the dark matter? Yeah. And I should be using spread for this, because realistically that's what most people were using with the Maelstrom anyways. So let me swap over to that. How they nerf Maelstrom, they cut the damage in half and cut the time it takes to build up each charge in half. So you can technically fire the torp more often, and the DPS on paper will even out, but you can't use the Maelstrom strategically like you would have before, which means that you're not going to get the same level of damage as you did before. Bring more enemies out? Okay. Spread with multiple enemies? Yeah, we can do that. So we'll do... How do you guys want me to test this? Just fire off a torp spread 3 with chemosite on all of them? Let's do that and just see how it goes. I mean, the Maelstrom is still capable of doing, a really large chunk of damage there. I wish these cooldowns would be a bit faster. But it's not as much damage as it was before. Yeah, I think on the live stream they're definitely going to be experiencing a lot of questions about this. So let me pull that up in SCM. Yeah, with that one right there, you can see just the max one. For those of you that use the Maelstroms quite a bit, you know that with all 3 charges, you'd be seeing a lot of damage out of that. And 339k max one hit's pretty rough. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go for, Game Freaks. I'm just gonna put some cooldown reduction on this build because right now it's got no cooldown reduction, and that is a bit rough. Yeah. Okay, so the recommendation I have here from Game Freaks is to just show the test against a single target, like high yield for 3 to 5 minutes with the Maelstrom, and then do the same test with like a normal Quantum. Let's try that. Okay. So I'm going to just constantly fire off the Maelstrom here, but I do need to swap some things around on this because I need like a photonic officer. Get me a little bit of that cooldown reduction. Yes, you read Nerf correctly. That is indeed what has happened. I can even do a half Oxterbat setup here. Hold on. Get all the cooldown reduction. So I'm just gonna spam bar Oxtabad and Photonic Officer for cooldown reduction, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to constantly keep doing a high yield with spread with the Maelstrom, and then I'm going to swap over to doing the Quantum. There we go. Okay, here we go. The cooldown reduction is not perfect, that is for sure. This is realistically how most people are going to use this now, because you're not going to use it strategically. You're clearly just going to, you know, spam. I foresee most people just spam barring it. Yeah, all old runs using the Maelstrom will be removed. Yep. Because you're not using the Maelstrom, like, strategically, you know, really as much anymore, because it's just not doing that level of damage. Spacebar spam keybind? Yeah. Hopefully it's not going through the mic too much, is it? Oh, it is. Oh, no. I didn't realize that it was going through the mic. I'm gonna have to fix that noise gate. Okay, so that's 3 minutes. Let's leave the map quick. Kathy, thank you for the $2 super chat. Very much appreciated. Yeah, I know my testing methodology right now is not perfect. I know. Okay. So the Maelstrom torpedo did, after 3 minutes and 5 seconds, the total damage in there was 12.5 million. Max 1 hit, 353k. I wasn't waiting for it to build up to max 3 charges, because basically the way you're going to use the Maelstrom now, I think for most people, is like a normal torpedo, which goes against the point of, you know, why we use that torpedo. So it's a little bit annoying. So now I'm going to do the exact same test here, but with a normal Quantum. And we're going to see how it goes. And yeah, this is not the best testing methodology. I know that. This is just a quick thrown together thing while I'm still, like, waking up. Let me see what this message is. First spend money, then nerf. How's the complete platform upgrade treating you? Enjoying the 7900 XTX? I've been having a couple black screen issues. Okay, so I need to get this noise gate fixed because you guys are telling me that there is, like well, I can see that the keyboard is going through. So filters, noise gate. I don't remember what I had this at before, but you guys were telling me it was cutting out. If I move my microphone closer to me, let's see how this goes with the noise gate here. Yeah, I turned FreeSync off last night right before I went to bed, because I had 3 different black screens that happened throughout the night, and I was reading that it can be caused by having FreeSync on, and I've got very different refresh rates on the different monitors here. Yep, indeed, Game Freaks. Okay, so basically same test here, except I'm going to be using a normal quantum torpedo, and we're just going to let it rip. Okay. Yeah, just let me know if I like cut out while talking. This is just a normal crafted quantum torpedo. Yeah, they most certainly are. I'm gonna have to filter them out. I know I have to filter out the subspatial pairs. Yeah, I realize subspatial warheads is sort of screwing things over. I realize that. Okay, so let's take that out of the equation. So With the Maelstrom, the torpedo itself did 5 million damage. And I'll take a picture of this just so we can compare. Because we're looking at the torpedo damage versus torpedo damage. The subspatial warheads there is going to add a lot of damage. That's why the damage is so much higher here, because pets. Game Freaks. Yeah, I know I'm bad. I'm bad at testing. Okay, so under the Maelstrom, the torpedo did 5 million damage over the course of 3 minutes, and in this one with the normal quantum torpedo, it ended up doing a fair bit more. I'm gonna remove these traits and redo the test because I can, and I also apparently was too close, so I'm going to just redo that, strip everything off, make sure it's all fair. Is the Europa battlecruiser good for torp boats? I don't think I would run the Europa much anymore, to be honest. Yeah. Don't forget, in reality, there's no reason why you wouldn't slot in Delphic instead of a normal Quantum. Absolutely. I think the Maelstrom, what we're going to find here is that your other normal rep torps are probably going to outperform it. I think that's the trend of where things are going right now. Yeah, I think for most people, you're going to want to slot, like, you know, a Delphic, a dark matter quantum, a neutronic. I think you're going to want to do that over the Maelstrom. Okay, so let me put that one back onto the neutronic, and where's the Delphic? There it is. Gonna redo the test here. I'm gonna sit further back, and I'm not going to make the same mistakes there. I'm gonna sit, let's say 5 kilometers back. That ought to be good enough. I mean, if the Maelstrom falls off on the torp boat meta, then it goes to the Undine Chirax, I'd say, because that's a 4/4. It can do the mine stuff, but it can also do the. I mean, the Eagle still works for Theta, but I think the Undine Chirax should be interesting also. Yeah, and that's pretty much what I just showed, Elijah. Is the like that's why I'm retesting, is because the normal quantum just absolutely obliterated it. In fact, I should really be pulling this up here. Hold on. Yes. Okay, accept. Office 365 is sending all the things. Okay, so we're gonna test Maelstrom. What all torps are we testing here? Maelstrom, Crafted, Quantum, Delphic, Dark Matter. Yeah, we'll just go with those, and if there's any more I want to add in, I can put them in later. I know I'm a bit rambling and all over the place today. I did not get much sleep, and I am definitely feeling it. But we'll keep going. And there will be a summary out probably tomorrow or something about these results, especially now that I've got my setup back together. Have all 3 legendary warbirds. Nice. Graviton for the lulz. Is the current sale any good? Yeah, the current sale is actually really good, yeah. Yeah, this night it would have. You're right. I think it has definitely lost a lot of its value. Wider quantum, yeah. Well, I took that off because I'm just going to use a crafted quantum instead. You're right, Distant Knight, that the overall DPS is still the same. It's just the max one that is taking a hit. So I should keep track of that also. Want to see what the max one is with each torp under high yield, just out of curiosity. I don't know. The point of this is really just going to be to show that you're probably going to be better off with one of these other torpedoes rather than the Maelstrom now. Or for most users, that is. No. Terrible. The Hawa packs never really sold that well, so not surprised that there's not a legendary version for it. Okay, first test, Maelstrom without all the subspatial and all that on. And let me remove Vitruvian explosives also, because that is a variable. Just remove all these traits here. Heat boiler on. Self-modulating fire doesn't really matter. Resonating, take that off. Okay, that's good. Retest with the Maelstrom for 3 minutes. We'll see how it goes. I mean, the legendary Valdor was good, but I don't use it anymore because the Isomag meta. Any plans to test the plasma emission torp with the complex plasma fire trait? I hadn't even thought of that, to be honest. When I tried using complex with the other plasma torps, it was not that impressive. Use the Maelstrom the same as before as a huge initial salvo and just accept a 50% loss? Yeah. Why are some of the space traits so expensive on the exchange? Because the methods for acquiring them are extremely expensive. How do I get CF to go off so often? I mean, there's Boimler. I've got a bunch of cooldown reduction on right now. I've got way more cooldown reduction than I actually need. I've got Aux to Bat on. I've got a Photonic Officer on. I've got the Boimler effect on. There's just a lot of CDR right now. Not that I'm aware of. I think just that one turret explicitly. The Maelstrom now has a 15-second cooldown per charge with up to 3 charges. And to correspond to it having a half the reload time of what it had before, the damage per charge is also halved. Okay, rated 3 minutes. I will be cutting this off, so once this goes I'll let that dot finish and then we'll take a look at the parse. Elijah, thank you for the 10 gifted. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Yeah, if the Maelstrom had 6 stacks, that'd be great. But they did not do that. And to double check, has there been any like cutoff when I talk, or has that been better now? Max one hit of 332,777. It's going to be really embarrassing if one of these other twerps just outdoes it, you know? Yeah, the wheel on console's brutal. Again, Kalijah, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Okay. So let's go, and the next torp to shoot off, I guess, will be a normal crafted quantum, just to get a baseline, you know, see how this does. I know this is not probably the most scientific testing. This is just me throwing something together quick to see how it goes. And yes, the dark matter quantum is on the list, but I am, keep in mind, I'm testing under torp spread, or under torp high yield, not torp spread. Here's the next 3-minute test. Quant is like a submachine gun. Yeah, but keep in mind, this is with 3 torp cooldown doffs on, plus ceaseless momentum, plus concentrated firepower. Well, it's just 5 on so that I can easily swap between them. I'm only firing 1 at a time. That did not look good for the Maelstrom. That's what I'll say. That did not look good for the Maelstrom. Again, the Maelstrom, what was the actual Maelstrom damage there? So with the thing is with the torpedo is the torpedo is going to be causing some other things to go off. So if you're running a torp, you're probably going to be running some of this other stuff. So I'm going to keep that factored in. But for the raw damage, if anyone wants to keep track of that, I will take a picture here so that we can see, the Maelstrom versus the other stuff. Because I don't think this is going to look good for the Maelstrom. From what I understand, it's like a little visual difference, right, for those systems, so I haven't really looked at it yet. Yes, that not good. Not a good one for the Maelstrom there. Let's see. Admiralty change was to make the XP numbers bigger. Gotcha. What was the max one there? I didn't even see. Max one definitely wasn't as high as what the Maelstrom did, but that was just a normal crafted quantum. And to be fair, to be completely clear, the reason that the number is so different for the crafted quantum versus the Maelstrom is because August, thank you for the upgraded membership there. The reason that the damage is so much better on the other quantum so far is because the Maelstrom doesn't get to benefit from any of the cooldown reduction. If you're using any other torpedo, like literally any other torpedo in the game other than the Maelstrom, they get to like benefit from, cooldown reduction. They get to benefit from the torp cooldown doffs. They get to benefit from ceaseless momentum, concentrate firepower. The Maelstrom doesn't get that. The point of the Maelstrom was to have really big max 1 hits. And if you're just looking for a torpedo to be able to spam fire all the time, the Maelstrom was not really ever the best option there. The Maelstrom was a strategic weapon, and it's no longer a strategic weapon. That is fair, Distant Knight. That's fair, but I'm going to continue the test as is with the other 3 torps here, just to see how it goes. The Maelstrom was a strategic weapon, and it's just no longer a strategic weapon. Yes, I know my testing right now, the testing methodology is not the best, I know. There will be other people doing tests here too, probably diving in a bit more detail on some of the numbers behind things, but the point of this is just to show that for most people, you're probably going to be better off with a different torpedo now. Okay. This is going to be the Delphic distortion torpedo. The Delphic is from the Lobby store. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, Delphic is like, some of you already know the answer. The Delphic was already known as the best high yield in the game. This is going to be a brutal comparison. Mystic Tree, how's it going? Yeah, the Delphic Torp is really good. The EBM depends on use case. It's high yield ones. The Delphic Torpedo, the reason it's so good is that it has its own debuff associated to it. It's a very good torpedo. Okay, pull that up on parser here. It's such a so bad. So bad for the Maelstrom. This is like the worst comparison possible. This is basically, let me clarify like what this specific test is really doing right now. This test is just showing, you know, if you have all the torp cooldown stuff on and you're only running one torp on your build, which of them is going to be the best for you? And the Maelstrom, if you're doing high yield, I just don't think it's really going to be worth it. So let's put the damage numbers in here. Again, the Delphic is very good because it has debuff on it, so the gap between it and some of the others would not be as severe if there was a lot more debuff in the environment. But given that I'm not running beta or anything here, yeah. They should give us 6 charges and call it the day. Yeah, they absolutely should. Enhanced bio. The thing with the enhanced bio is in this exact test, it's not going to do too much because it's just a single target. Best high yield torp is the gravimetric torp. Yeah, I love just blowing my ship up with it. Tests against the quad microtorps. I don't have those yet. I'm going to get them very soon. How do you make the spacebar spam tray? Yeah, use a program called STO Keybinds. It's on SourceForge, I think. Yeah, the EBM, the biomolecular, yeah. Man, I'm getting a lot of messages right now. Give me a second to catch up on things. While I am hitting things in no game quick, let me that over. I'm getting the Muds bundle here shortly. I think I'm gonna just go through and get the Muds Kelvin bundle with the sale going on right now. I've been wanting that bundle for a long time, and I've got the Zen for it. I think I'm just gonna go through and get it. Any reason why they aren't putting this map on holodeck? I think the reasoning was that the built-in parser was causing too many performance issues, but I think another reason might be because it'd make endeavors, like, you could get your endeavors done in like a minute. So, I mean, you can already do that with patrols. I mean, that's how I get my endeavors done basically every day. Maelstrom comparison is going to be a slaughter test. Now, to be fair, this is not like the perfect A/B testing. You know, many of you probably were using the Maelstrom under torp spread, and I'm just, you know, focusing on high yield right now with CF and all the torp cooldown stuff. The reason that Maelstrom is performing so poorly right now is because in this test that I'm doing, the Maelstrom doesn't get to benefit from these other torp cooldown reduction items, which really does hurt it. I think if they made the Maelstrom to be affected, but at that point it's just a normal torpedo. The change to the Maelstrom basically stripped away the point of the Maelstrom. The point of the Maelstrom was to be a strategic weapon that you fire to do a devastating hit against a target, and you can't have that devastating hit all the time. You have to wait for the charges on it. But that's gone. Yes, it does the same DPS as before, but it's closer to a normal torpedo, except it doesn't get to benefit from the things that a normal torpedo gets to benefit from. What would my recommendation be for a one torp on a or what would my recommendation be for a one-off for a phaser omni to proc MAS on a CSV build? The Trilithium from Beyond the Nexus. Get that haste from it. Yeah, Neojet, I don't think those drain consoles are ever going to be really that powerful. Delta promo packs really don't sell anywhere near as quickly as keys, huh? On PC they move pretty well, but I don't know how well they move on console. I don't know anything about the console market. They need to rethink the function because it's broke now? Yeah. Okay, so the Delphic torpedo just absolutely just walked all over the Maelstrom. Let's try the dark matter now, because that's been requested. Again, this is explicitly so far a high yield test. Yeah. I agree, Game Freaks. The Delphic, like for a standalone, for a do build, if you want to have a torp on it, the Delphic is good. Okay, so Dark Matter's the one that you guys have been asking me to do. Again, this is with torp spread, or not torp spread. This is with high yield, not torp spread. So it's a little bit different from what most of you would use it as, like, for how you would use it. Distant Night, that'd be pretty random. Marked or Chief, I think console still would shut down before PC would. If anything, I could see them putting console... No, I don't think they'd even do the work for that. I think if the console version of Stow ever shut down, I would hope they would give people an option to move their accounts over to PC. I reckon the PC side of Stowe could stay around for a very long time, but I doubt the console side will be around forever. Yeah. This dark matter under high yield is never that impressive, so this isn't surprising. I guess really what I'm doing with this testing, like I said before, is I'm not like this test is more appropriate for, you know, you have one torp that you can put on your build. You know, is Maelstrom really the way to go anymore? And I think this testing has already shown that the answer is probably no, because the point of having it on your build was to use it strategically, and you can't do that anymore. That dot persisted a little bit longer, so it did get a little bit more damage. The max one hit here was 118,324. You guys know under spread that the dark matter does better, so under high yield it was sort of expected that that one just wasn't going to do that well. And that's the thing too, is when it comes to torpedoes, some torps are going to be only good under certain firing modes, and the dark matter definitely is more of a spread torp. Yeah, I'll do that afterwards. The thing is, well, I guess I would just leave, like, I got to think about some things, but yeah, we'll be testing it under spread. Okay, and the last torp for high yield here is going to be the Neutronic. The Neutronic just universally is pretty good. It's honestly gonna be probably the closest torp to the Maelstrom. For those of you that just want that really hard hitting torp every, you know, hard hitting torp spread every like 15 or so seconds, the Neutronic may be something to consider instead. Again, this is high yield test, so we'll see how it goes. Slyness, how's it going? Yeah, so right now is high yield test, and then I'll do the same thing with spread. Well, remember, that was when they initially came out with the Maelstrom. They talked about how it was, you know, just above a standard quantum damage-wise. The point of it was that you could get that damage in a burst, and you can't do that. So literally the point of the torpedo was taken away. The Neutronic has a little bit of a longer cooldown, right? So that's why it was like not firing there. Yeah, the nerf is, it's not good. I mean, it's not as severe as the Agony Redistributor nerf, to be clear. The issue is that the point of the weapon has been taken away. Which Muds pack would I say is the most bang for your buck? Probably the Kelvin one. The Into Darkness one, if you get the Kelvin Timeline ship pack and the Heavy Destroyer pack, those both contain multiple ships. The Kelvin Timeline one has 3 ships in it. The Kelvin Destroyer one has 2 ships in it, and those are all lockbox ships. And then for your third option with the choice pack, you can get the either the Vengeance, the Vulcan Jellyfish, or you could go T6 coupons if you wanted. I would go for the Jellyfish because it has these really neat quad torpedoes on it. But if you're, you know, a big fan of the Vengeance, that's a way to have the Vengeance on account wide unlock. So yeah, the high yield test here did not look good. did, did not look good at all for the Maelstrom. Now to be clear, the issue is that every other torp that I'm testing here gets to benefit from gets to benefit from the torp cooldown reduction items that I have on, you know. And the issue is the Maelstrom, it doesn't get to benefit from any of that. It doesn't get to benefit from the cooldown reduction from concentrate firepower. It doesn't get to benefit from the cooldown reduction from torp cooldown doffs. It doesn't get any of that. So the Maelstrom just gets left behind when you're looking at like overall like DPS performance against these other torpedoes, and the Delphic is the clear winner. The Delphic is just insanely good. So we're gonna do the same test now, but under spread. I know there's a couple torps that I did not get to that people do like to use. But I'm explicitly just sticking to quantums right now. How did Cryptic weaken the Maelstrom torpedo? They have halved the cooldown time on the how long it takes to build up a charge. So it's 15 seconds per charge versus 30 seconds. It's still a max of 3 charges, but the damage has been halved to compensate. Yeah, buying the meta will almost always lead to disappointment eventually, yes. Yeah, the pilot one's also good. There's a lot of good Muds bundles, honestly. There's also a lot of garbage ones. Will people's DPS record be wiped? Yes, I have not decided exactly what the qualifications for the wipe are going to be yet, but that is going to happen. And there's going to be some other DPS changes for the DPS channels that I'm going to be discussing in a future video, once I have all the plans polished. But look, for those of you that are just tuning in now, just to go back to a different topic, one of the recent factors that has been hurting my ability to get videos out is the fact that my GPU shorted out on the back here. So I found this while going through and doing an upgrade the other day, and that just as I was getting back into to start working on videos again, I found that, and I was clearly not something that I wanted to plug back in. So I got a new GPU. It's in the system right now. The cables are messy, but the point is that it's up and running. And now that everything's back up and running, I'm intending to get back onto a normal schedule for getting videos out. So rip the 3090. But hopefully, videos start to appear much more frequently again on the channel. Didn't I smell it? No. I never smelt the like anything from the 3090. So that probably happened a long time ago and the card still worked. But the fact is that once I've seen that it's shorted out on the back, I don't want to plug it back in. I don't want to risk a fire. It is under warranty and I'm going to get it replaced. Any planned release dates for your upcoming videos? Terrible. Yeah, I got a 7900 XTX as the replacement, and I wanted to give AMD a try. So I'm going to RMA the 3090 and then I'm going to sell it. I got a 7900 XTX during the recent sales on Amazon. Okay. Quality card blows up without smell or smoke. Yeah. I did have some black screen issues last night, but since I turned the VRR or the variable refresh rate off, it seems to be fine. Okay, so we're gonna repeat the test with torpedo spread. For this test, let me think about how I want to do this. Hold on, let me respond on Discord. Streaming moment. Back. Yeah, it's been like I've only been using it for like 20 hours. Today is the test of how it is in a more production focused workload, with the stream going. The stream is currently using their AV1 encoder. I don't know how good or bad that is for you guys. In fact, I'm looking at it. I thought I had the bitrate turned up, but it looks like the bitrate is actually, it's all over the place, it looks like, but it says no dropped frames. So stream, it's set to 10 meg, but it's not staying there stable. It's going all over the place, but it says it's fine. So we're trying out the AV1 encoder and it looks like it's working. Yeah, I don't care about ray tracing. I tried it with the 3090 and just not that worried about it. Okay. Torp spread test. Gonna do 5 targets here. So let me change the test dummies. Go to 5. And I will slot ETM with CSV and a fire at will to trigger ETM, because that would be something that you'd probably be using with this. Actually, with the Maelstrom, you wouldn't be using ETM, so I'm not gonna bother with that. I'm just gonna swap it over to spread. We'll keep the CF on, so the torps are still gonna be spamming out CFs. But the point is they'll have a torp spread 3 every 15 seconds to work with, which is what you would have done with the Maelstrom. Okay. Is there any thoughts about that idea before I start here? Is just basically doing the same test CF on all the torp cooldown stuff, just with the spread rather than high yield, and there being 5 targets. Did they nerf that torpedo? The Maelstrom? Yes. Yes, they nerfed it today. Spilled jug of coffee again? Time. Terrible. Spread results will make the Maelstrom look worse, probably, but it's what people wanted, and it's what people wanted to see with the dark matter. So you know what? Let's start with the dark matter. With the dark matter here, I'm gonna be doing the same thing. I'm gonna target the test dummy 3 here. I'm gonna fire off the torp spread 3, and then in between that's always gonna have the I'm gonna move a little bit closer here, get 5 kilometers behind the test ship dummy. It'll have CF on it, and there we go. All safe. The issue is that when you use the Maelstrom, you're using it like strategically. You're using it to get a big burst of damage, and it doesn't do that anymore. So it's more, you're going to be using it similar to how you would use a normal torpedo, and that brings in the question then of how valuable is it? So this is going to be with the dark matter for this first test here. Yes, it will be firing off a lot of... Look at that dark matter. But there will be also a lot of high yields fired because CF is still on. The Undine Rep Torp? Yeah. I can do that after I do the spread test, sure. Yeah, definitely enjoy it while you can on console. Yeah, the chemo site is just, you know, that's the thing with the dark matter. That's one of its main perks is the torp spread with the chemo site. Visual spam? Never. Short-lived 5-3 torp meta. Yeah. The wall of crit is a glorious sight indeed. Oh yeah, definitely. We need more visual spam. I couldn't agree more. So the issue you're going to see here when I do the Maelstrom test under torp spread here is that, again, Maelstrom is closer to what you would expect from, a traditional torpedo, except it doesn't get to benefit from the things that a normal torpedo gets to benefit from, like cooldown reduction. So when I get to test the Maelstrom here, you're probably going to see that it looks a little bit underwhelming. Max 1 was 117,801. Total damage from the dark matter under torp spread was 53,000,069. Okay. Let's do the Delphic next. The Delphic's gonna probably be a little bit underwhelming. The thing with the Delphic is that it's really good under high yield, but under spread, it's not really the torp you want to use with spread. The Kelvin torps and the Vulcan, like those really fast firing torps, are more for visual than performance, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm still getting a lot of high yields for the Delphic, which is going to influence it. And to be fair, like some people on a do build would still run a CF or for the Delphic. You probably wouldn't be doing spread with the Delphic, but someone out there might be. I think there's still torps that are good with spread. I mean, the dark matter is what a lot of people use, and that works really good with torp spread. If you're doing high yield exclusively, then I'd go with the Delphic. If Cryptic figures out how to do cooldown per charge, then it could make Maelstrom a competitor again. Not sure how that'd work, but it's the only way, yeah. The fact that Maelstrom doesn't get to benefit from cooldown reduction, and they can't have it both ways. Maelstrom either has to act like a normal torpedo, or it has to work as a strategic weapon. It can't be both. If the Maelstrom could benefit from concentrated firepower and the torp cooldown doffs and ceaseless, then it'd still be really good. But it doesn't. High yield is just against a single target, and some torps under high yield do impact an area of effect. Spread is while shooting torps at everything. And in a surprise to no one, the Delphic torpedo still does really good. When the reason that the Delphic did so well is because I'm still using like high yield Like it still has concentrate firepower that it is able to benefit from. So if you're doing a pure spread build, things are going to be a little bit different. But in this test, I am still running with CF on, so the torp is still, while between the torp spreads, it is still getting high yields with. So it's not like just raw torp spread. Like there's still high yields happening from the concentrate firepowers between the torp spreads. Why am I using? That's a good. I was just initially going to leave it be the same. I should probably take it off because this is probably like a bit stupid for this test. And that's a good point. I'm being an idiot. I know. Let me just eliminate these past two results and we'll do them without high yield. High yield will be off the build. High yield will do. There will be no high yield in here at all. That's fair. I'm being an idiot, like even having the CF on the tray. So this is going to cause the torps to have a lot of normal fires. So just keep that in mind. So let me change that. I'm going to remove the CF part. Sad doesn't do anything here. I don't have ETM on either. This is just a torp spread 3 every 15 seconds with normal torps firing in between. So I guess this would be more appropriate for what you guys would probably be doing with the with like a torp spread setup. You wouldn't be running CF with it still, so let's redo that one. We'll start off with the Delphic again. And yes, because there is no CF, the torps are not going to fire as much. I'm just doing a torp spread 3 with chemosite, because that's probably what most people are going to do. Yes, concentrate firepower has a big impact on torp boats, which is why this sort of sucks right now. The torp cooldown doffs are on. There's 3 torp cooldown doffs on. And ETM, or not ETM, ceaseless momentum. Not really, Kagor. I think there's some stuff from way back, but it doesn't have all the torps out there. The Kentari and Ferengi torps don't really do that well. You can fire them fast, but yeah. What's better, Texas or the Razor? It's not even really a comparison though. The World Razor is just absolutely dumpsters all over the Texas. The World Razor is one of the best DPS ships in the game. Yeah, each one of these torp spreads I fire shoots out more torps than, you know, the Voyager had in total. Okay. That is 3 minutes. And clearly not having concentrate firepower with high yields has had a pretty big impact on the Delphic there. So Delphic total damage was 10,170,142. Max one hit was 86k. There we go. Stargate, how's it going? There's the Delphic test. Let's do the dark matter again, because that was the one that people really wanted to see. And here we go. Yeah, we can do the Maelstrom after this. One by one, with the brave crew of the CSS World Racer, we conquered the stars. The World Racer just legitimately is like a really good platform for doing DPS things, and the fact that it's a Galaxy class is really nice. And that you can make it look like a normal Galaxy class ship also really helps it out. Yeah, that's always painful with any DPS ship, is you go into a pug and you see someone doing very little with it, it's rough. I hope we get a decent Sovereign. Honestly, I would be willing to pay out a fair bit for like a promo Sovereign that was really good. Okay, so that is that for the dark matter test. Which, I mean, the dark matter is going to do well under torp spread. That's pretty much a known effect, that torp does really good under torp spread with chemosite on. Just waiting for the damage to stop. There we go. The dark matter did a lot of damage there. 35, almost 36 million. 943,038. Max one hit was 97,438. Okay. Isn't the legendary Sovereign really good now with Isomags? Yeah, I mean, a lot of those engineering heavy ships are really good now with the isomags. But like that has really changed things up quite a bit. Oh no, Megla. I mean, if that's what it took to get a good sovereign, then at this point, that's what I'd take it. It would, like, a Terran sovereign with the ability to run cannons would be nice, or I don't know, something better than what we got. Maelstrom's up next because that is what y'all have been wanting to see. Now here's the question: Do I let it auto fire, which means that it takes the risk of not getting a spread, or do I manually control it and only fire it with spread, which is what I think many people were doing before with the Maelstrom. But that's not what I've done with the other test. So what do you guys want to do? You want to have me auto fire it or manually time it? Only with spread? Okay. Okie dokie. Manual? Okay. Well, let me see. Just Newegg letting me know a package is shipped out. Okay. Well, Captain MD, the first strike bundle, the Maelstrom Torp from that just got hit. That's what I'm testing right now. I mean, if you like the ships in the first strike bundle, then, I mean, that's still good. But if you're explicitly looking to get it for the Maelstrom Torpedo, then just keep in mind that they literally just today nerfed that. Yeah, I'm going to keep it going for the full 3 minutes, just so it's the same test duration as the other. And I mean, already I can tell you, the Maelstroms are already doing much worse than the Dark Matters did, just looking at the DPS there. That's Chemosite and the Omega rep trait that gives you extra torp damage. When the Maelstrom actually goes off, that's the 5-digit numbers you're seeing, which seems quite low for the Maelstrom. I mean, it's a lot of these hits aren't even going past, like 100k with the one charge Maelstrom. Like it's a bit rough compared to what it was doing before. So damage is all done. And that was the Maelstrom there. So 18, 317, 199. Max one hit, I mean, was good from that first salvo, but everything after that first salvo that I had the 3 charges on just did not really do great. General Spinobi, damage type doesn't really make that much of a difference. Like Tetrion is still quite capable. Like if you have a phaser build that, or let's say you have like a phaser disruptor build that can do 1,000,000 DPS. You swap the weapons over to Tetrion, you swap the consoles over to Tetrion, and then everything else basically stays the same. It's still gonna work. Like you're not gonna suddenly be doing like 500k because you swapped to Tetrion. You're still gonna be doing, you know, close to 1,000,000. Like the different damage types don't really matter that much. Let's do let's do Neutronic next, because that's probably gonna be the next one that's a good comparison. I'll have this one on auto fire. We'll target that ship. The Neutronic is a known just hard hitter under torp spread. Let me give this one the same treatment that I gave the Maelstrom. I'll fire it only under torp spread. Can I check if the chemosite did any DPS of the Maelstroms? Yeah. Let me get this test done and then we'll do that. The Neutronic recharges long enough that I can just have it auto fire. The torped offs have not triggered in, you know, a single time so far. Yeah, it's still definitely, like, First Strike is still a solid bundle, especially if you're interested in the ships. You're right. I don't see any chemosite explosions. Chemosite's on. Yeah, and there's no chemosite going off on these torps. Yeah, because the torp offs haven't went off under torp spread, nor has chemosite on this torp at least. I'll check the Maelstrom afterwards. No, it definitely does because of dark matter. Now chemosite went off because the torp spread misfired. Okay. Yeah, chemosite just did not go off. So let's take a look at the Maelstrom run. Yeah, Maelstrom had no damage from chemosite. Yeah, so chemosite just straight up did not work with the Maelstrom under torp spread in that test. And it also did not work with the Neutronic in the test that I just did, but it worked with the dark matter earlier. The only time chemosite went off is when I had a non-spread Neutronic fire off. Yeah, so yeah, that's clearly a bug. But damage wise, I mean, the Neutronic didn't do that great either. 12 long line 12 121 287, and I imagine the lack of chemosite did not help there. So the last torp to test for the torp spread set is just going to be the crafted quantum. I believe it's this one here. Yeah. Is the Gorn Hunter Pilot Raider worth picking up? Yeah, if you want to do a plasma build, the Gorn Hunter Pilot Raider, all the accessories on it are a game changer for plasma. Yeah, it makes plasma good. So definitely I'd recommend it. Yeah, I don't think the torp cooldown reduction DOFs, I don't think they're working with spread. There's no chemosite explosions going on here either. Chemosite is active. No, but no chemosite when I fire the torp. Gotcha. So it's an old thing, it's not new. I just never really paid enough attention to realize. Yeah, Chadwick, the next 10 forward should have the announcement for the Patrol Escort C-Store bundle. Yeah, so Torp Spread has a bunch of bugs, it seems. It's not working with the Torp cooldown DOFs. And Torp Spread is also, with a lot of Torps, just not working with chemosite. The dark matter quantum seems to work fine, but a lot of these other quantums are all over the place. Yeah. I think if you're running a build where you just have a single torp on, you're going to benefit from the dark matter quantum much more than the other options here. If you're doing torp spread. Justin, it's pretty rough. To be honest with you, like, the point of the Maelstrom torpedo was that it was meant to be a strategic weapon that you use to deal a devastating blow to an enemy. And with this change here that went live today, the Maelstrom has this really short cooldown now. Its damage has been halved. But it doesn't get to benefit from a lot of the torp things out there, like cooldown reduction items. So a lot of these other torps I'm testing are just blowing it out of the water. You don't have the spike potential like you had before with the Maelstrom, and some of these other torps are just massively surpassing it. So the crafted quantum did really bad. Again, it didn't benefit from chemosite. I had a request to test the the enhanced biomolecular here, so let's do that. The EBM is the green photon from the Undine rep. That's really known good AoE high yield torp, so I'm gonna go give that a shot here quick, because that has been requested numerous times here. CF will be back on the build. Swap this back to high yield. And I'll leave the enemies in here because part of the point of the EBM is that it's AoE, right? Or no, for just to keep things fair, given that I didn't have more than one test dummy up before, I'll just do that. Gotta keep things fair. Okay, so this is going to be a test of the EBM with high yield, and we're going to see how it goes. Keep in mind, I've got concentrated firepower on. I have 3 torp doffs on. The thing with the EBM is that it's AoE, so keep in mind that if I had 5 enemies around this, or if I had 5 enemies out, the EBM would be hitting all of them. But I only have the 1 target out right now, which is limiting its damage. So what I'll do is, at 3 minutes, I will stop firing, and then I'm going to spawn in another 4 test dummies, and then we'll do the test and just note that one was against a single target and the other was against 5. No, there's not an immolating phasal lance for plasma or disruptor. That's a missed opportunity on Cryptic's part. I think they should add those items to the Dill store for people that own the Deimos. Give us the alternative versions of that lance, but make us pay a lot in the Dill store and make us have to have the Deimos in order to get it. Yeah, but it has one, but it's not really comparable. Okay. That is 3 minutes of shooting. When the damage stops, I will hit the analyze button. Okay, go. So EBM, I'll note 1 target. Then I'll down, and we'll do it again with 5 targets. You'll notice the EBM did not win, and that is known. The EBM is not the best target or the best torpedo to use in a single target environment. The EBM explicitly is best when you use it in an environment where there are a lot of targets grouped up together. it is an area of effect explosion when it blows up under high yield. So using it against a single target, it doesn't do great. But using it against a group of 5 targets, it's going to start slamming. Okay. I'm going to save this also, so let me do torp test. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing, except I'm going to configure test dummies to have 5 out. And I guess I'm going to target this test dummy 3 here. That they should be close enough together, because the area of effect on the EBM is like 2 kilometers or something, isn't it? Enhanced biomolecular disruptor, EBM, under high yield. Let's see, where is it? 2.5 kilometer sphere, yeah. So these should all be hit by that. Okay, same thing, EBM, but this time versus 5 targets rather than just 1. With torpedoes, it really is a matter of having the right tool for the job, you know? And that's where the EBM comes in, is when you have these large groups of enemies, it devastates all of them. EBM is the Enhanced Biomolecular Torpedo. It's from the Undine Reputation. It's the Undine Reptor. Is there any video of a 5 jellyfish TFO run? I don't think so. EDM? No. Yep, the chemosite is working very well with this torpedo. Will there be gambling tonight? Probably not that much. There we go. I mean, clearly, once you have multiple targets there, the EBM just absolutely slams. But that is why the EBM is popular. The Enhanced Biomolecular from the Undine Reputation. It does really well in an AoE environment where you have targets grouped up together. So you see, with 1 target, it did 22 million damage. With 5 targets near each other, it did 81 million. And the max one was hitting all of them. So, would I use Maelstrom anymore? No. Probably not. Will I be getting the Kelvin bundle tonight? Yes. So the entire point of the Maelstrom, let's be clear. Why did people use the Maelstrom? People used the Maelstrom because it gave you all of that damage in a really compressed spike. You would get a big burst of damage, and that allowed you to have a very strategic hit at various points of a run. Now, with the nerf to the Maelstrom, it's closer to a more traditional torpedo. You can still get some pretty nice spikes out of it, but it's not going to be as impactful as it was before. And with the Maelstrom being closer to what you would get from, a normal torpedo when it comes to cooldown reduction, or the time between firing them, you're better off using one of the other torpedoes out there that can benefit from cooldown reduction items. Psycho Chicken, I have no idea there. I'm sorry. Old Maelstrom was good for elites like killing groups and Corfez, yeah. And now with this change, I think if you're doing spread, you're probably going to want to just go back to the Dark Matter, because the Dark Matter is not going to have as large a max 1 hits, but the Dark Matter is going to do so much more under Torp spread because it actually works with Chemosite. It has such a good interaction there that I'd probably just use the Dark Matter if you're looking for a spread Torp again. And if you're doing high yield, that depends. If you're going into a situation where you have a lot of grouped up targets, the EBM is really good. The Enhanced Biomolecular from the Undine or 8472 reputation. But if you're going out into a situation where you are just going up against a single target with your build at a time, and you want to just hammer high yields down on that single target, the Delphic does so good. The only downside to the Delphic is that it is a 200 Lobi torpedo. So that is the trade-off there. Is that it costs 200 Lobi, which is pretty damn expensive. Will I be buying the Kelvin bundle? I think I will be. Apparently I was logged out. So let me check this quick. One other thing I noticed is that with me doing this right now, I'm not hearing the same amount of coil whine as I was hearing when I was doing the recordings I was trying to do last night. When I would cover the stow window, it was a mad amount of coil whine, but it looks like with me turning the variable refresh rate off on the monitor, that's gone. Because I don't hear it at all anymore. Okay, so I'm going to go to holodeck. I'm going to buy the Kelvin bundle, but before I open it, I am going to copy it over to Triple a couple times. The reason that I want to do this is that I want to show the process of buying, like what buying a MUDS bundle looks like, and also like what the choice box is like. So I need to sign into their website. Give me a second. This is the first time I'm signing in on this browser, so it's sending me a code. I can't see chat for the moment. I will take a look at it after I get my character copied over. So character transfer page. I should buy the bundle first. That would probably help. I have to leave the map so that I can... Well, remember, I bought the Zen a couple weeks ago, and my explicit intent was that I wanted to get the Kelvin bundle. I've been wanting it for a while, and I figured that they would do a sale sooner rather than later, and It'd been a while since the last sale, so I really wanted to get it. You know, I've been interested in getting that bundle for a while, and why not? Hold on here. Let me get my chat pulled back up. Kelvin bundle is decent all told, yeah. Yeah, the Maelstrom just really, I don't think I'd recommend the Maelstrom anymore, Steven. Pay to win stream. Nah, I mean, it's a lot of money. Let's be fair. Should I buy out the Hesperian for 200 Lobi? You can if you want. I mean, that's up to you. That's your money. I'll probably buy it out like the last day or so that I can work on it on Saturday. Am I buying the Mega Bundle? No. No. I am going to buy the Kelvin Choice Pack. Okay. I already have the Stealing Time one. You know, there's a couple others that I have considered, you know, like the fighter pilot one would be really nice to have, but I have most of the ships that I would want on the characters I'd want them on. The Into Darkness one, I think is just the way to go for me. So 14,750 Zen. Here we go. What I hate is that there's a discard option on these. Like, there should be no discard button on the MUDs bundles. Okay? That should not be a thing. That is a joke that is even an option. Those things should not have the ability to be deleted. Okay, I'm going to copy this character over to Tribble now, and we're going to open the box over there first. What is my opinion on the Kittimer bundle? Terrible. You know what my opinion is. I'm not getting it for the Vengeance. Like, the Vengeance is the only ship that I'm not getting. Can't you just reclaim it if you discard? I don't think so. I don't really want to try. You know? I don't really want to try. I want the TNG bundle. There's a few different bundles that I want, but Intel bundle for someone looking to get into torp builds on 9 characters. Wow, 9 characters. Yeah, I mean that would work if you really want those items. I mean, who's that again? Secret Intel. I mean, Exodus is still cool. I mean, the big thing is the Sona ship for subspatial warheads. You get ceaseless momentum on account wide, and then I imagine you're probably going for what, Exodus? Like, if you have applications where you can actually use those ships on all those characters, then it is cheaper to get the MUDs bundle than buying all those, you know, for all those characters. Yeah, I mean, I wanted the Carried Away pack also, but I can't justify right now putting more money into the game. The Into Darkness was just something I'd been wanting for a very long time, so that's why I went for it. Okay, so I'm on Tribble, and here's the pack in my inventory. Look at that. So that's how it works when they have the T6 coupons in there, so that you can choose them 3 times. Okay, that's cool. I wouldn't do that, but oh yeah, I'm gonna get some epic prize tokens here. I'm sitting on enough to lithium to convert for a bundle, and now with the Maelstrom Nerf, I'm so conflicted between the first strike bundle and the legendary Tallis for a plasma torpedo chain gun. Get the Tallis. If you have been wanting the Tallis, that trait is... The trait is good and the ship is good. Like, if you have been really wanting the Talus for a build that you've been wanting to do, get it. The first strike bundle is still good. The first strike bundle still has 3 ships you're getting that are all solid platforms. But if you really want that trade off the Talus, get it, because it is really good for that playstyle. Like, if you're looking to sit in there and do cloak spam, just get it. That's what I'd go for. The first strike bundle has the 2 legendary ships plus a T6 coupon. Okay, so my intention when I pick this on live is to get the Kelvin Timeline Starship Pack, because that has 3 ships in it. Then I'm going to get the Kelvin Heavy Destroyer Ship Pack, and then the Vulcan Experimental Scout Vessel. Those are the 3 that I'm intending to get when I go through and do this on live. I'm going to copy this box over a couple times, though, just to have for if I want to do videos talking about this stuff. So give me a minute here. And there's no guarantee that the third one is a decent platform then. Yeah. I mean, you never know. I mean, those coupons can be used on any new ships that come out. Like, if you wanted to get, like, the Patrol Escort or the... Well, I don't think people are getting the size ship, but if you wanted to get one of the new ships out of the new bundle, you know, you could use the coupon on that. Okay, one more time. Just so I have that Muds bundle copied over for when I want to, like, talk about how Muds bundles work. Okay, I'm closing Tribble. Done the Maelstrom testing. It's not in a great state, okay? That is very, very clear right now. So I am going to open this Muds pack, the Into Darkness and Beyond Choice pack. I'm going for the Kelvin Timeline Starships, the Kelvin Heavy Destroyer Ship Pack, and the Vulcan Experimental Scout Vessel. The Vulcan Experimental Scout Vessel is a promotional ship, but it also has the quad photon torps on it, which you can run as many of as you want on your build, and they're really fun. They don't perform well, but visually, they are amazing to see. There we go. So I now have all of those on account-wide unlock, and again, the reason that I went for the ones that I did, the Vulcan Scout Vessel, the Quad Torps, the Kelvin Heavy Destroyer Ship Pack, the reason I went for that is because that's actually 2 different ships in it. So that means that Mud selection gave me 2 lockbox ships on account-wide unlock. Now the other one, the Kelvin Timeline pack here, this means that I now have the Kelvin Connie, the D4X, and the Talaru on account-wide unlock. So that Muds bundle, the Kelvin one, the reason it's so highly recommended is because you can get 6 ships out of it. 6 premium ships on account-wide unlock. And once you buy them, you can keep reclaiming them as many times as you want from the Mud store once it loads. So you can see here, I can go in and I can, like, if I want all the Kelvin Timeline ships, I can just keep claiming that pack over and over and over and over again. It is bound, so you can't sell them, but, you know, I can go in and on every character on my account now, I can get all those ships account-wide. I think that's my ad spot for the Muds packs. Cryptic, you know. Don't forget to write that check. Okay, I've missed a couple things in chat so far. Discard the box for science. Terrible. Yeah, there's a 35% bundle sale and then a 50% sale on the Muds bundles right now. Yeah, I think, Justin, just go in with the same expectations of the first responder bundle from last year, where the ships are probably going to be like commander and like lieutenant of the same spec or something like that. So go in with that type of expectation, I'd say. I don't expect these ships to be at the same quality level as the anniversary bundle ships, but they'll still be good. You know, the Bozeman came out last year in the first responder bundle, and that's really a good ship. Like, really quite good. Is the Gravity Well console any good? The Graviton displacer. I like it. Red matter capacitor comes with the Vulcan ship too. Yeah, if you don't already have that, that's definitely good. Yeah, I got my Zen during the Zen charge bonus. Is the Deimos worth getting the fighter pack? I mean, yeah, if you want that account wide. And the thing is, remember, Pilot got a buff earlier this year, so the Pilot pack is really not that bad. Man, the C-Store's taking a while to load. Okay. Yeah, the Muds Fighter Pilot choice pack here, I mean, the Deimos is cool, the you can get the La Serena, the Quajon Pilot Frigate. The Quajon Pilot Frigate has some really interesting, unique features about it. So it's a little ship, but it's fun to mess around with. That Kelvin D7 is no, it is not the one with Ruin. No, unfortunately not. Let me go down to the shipyard here. Oh, I need more ship slots. That just upset someone right there. But let's open the Kelvin Talaru, or the experimental scout vessel here. There's that. The D7. No, this is the Kelvin timeline D7. So this one has the Into the Fray trait on it. Yeah, I got the red matter capacitor from buying the collector's edition way back. Man, this is loading so slow right now. Where's my red matter at? I already go past it? I think I did. Oh, it's under Legacy Unlocks, okay. Yeah, I got the red matter from the collector's edition way back. And then I can go and get the ship that Triz likes so much. The other version of the Kelvin Destroyer, the actual Kelvin. So let me grab that quick. There we go. Into the Fray any good? Not that I can recall. But it's nice to have all the D7s unlocked now on this character. Yeah, Into the Fray doesn't look that great, to be honest. I need to step away for a couple minutes here quick, but I will be back, and then we'll do some TFOs. I don't know what ship I'm going to take in, but probably just one of them that I had the Maelstrom on, just to get some more performance data. So I will be back in just a few. Let me go over to that scene here. Be right back. Okay. Let me see if I missed anything in chat. I wish the Kelvin D7 is the one that had Ruin. That'd be really great to have that on account-wide unlock. Knowing my luck, they'll put on another month's bundle that has that now that I've, finally purchased the Kelvin one. Let's see here. Non-Kelvin destroyer version of the Kelvin, yeah. Oh wow, terrible boss. I'm not using a shuttle, that's terrible. All D7, build a carrier D7 build. I already did that. I did the D7 as a carrier build like a couple weeks ago. When I was trying out the pet consoles, the advanced pet ones, and I didn't. I just don't think pets are good enough. Even with those consoles, you're taking away so much to do that. And right now, I am hearing coil line from, like, through my microphone. That's weird. Hopefully, let me know if there's any weird noise coming through the microphone. Like, it was fine before, but I've got the thing on, and yeah, it's weird. The monitor on, and I can hear it. Then OBS is filtering it out properly. That's good. Okay, I need to go through and get my dailies done here too, so let's go through and do that. Defeat captains, reroll that. Tholian ships is fine. Destroy herald ships, Vodwar, yeah. I need to go to Ryza. Do I think we will get another Klingon recruit event again this year? No. The Klingon recruitment event has been the first recruit event they do in the year for the past couple of years, so you're probably not getting another Klingon recruit until the start of next year, sometime around February. Yeah, I think Gamma would be next. I hear this really weird noise. It's this guy talking about DPS. I know. You know, the funny thing is I haven't actually really been doing that much DPS chasing in the past couple of months. At least not like how I was in 21 and 22.
Be sure to take some time to explore the side trails after you're done flying.
Which track is it over here? I'm gonna get this one done first. Isn't the bonus Zen still going on?
That secluded beach is a favorite spot for hikers who want to get away from the populated areas.
Or did it end last night? Okay. So it just ended right before the sale started. Gotcha. One weird thing I've noticed with the AV1 stuff on this card so far is that it's not actually doing 1920 by 1080, and I think I read something about this. It's actually doing
is a great spot for fresh
it's some
waiting.
other it's 1920 by 1082 for some reason. Gotcha. If you could give your pets every basic bridge officer ability when you use them, would they be any better? I mean, that would help if your pets benefited from the buffs you had on. Like if you have, some plus phaser consoles on and your pets do phaser damage, if that actually buffed the pets, that would be pretty nice, but it doesn't work like that.
I hope.
Get out there and fly.
Okay, I gotta get off this map. This map is scary. Defeat Herald ships, destroy Tholian ships. Okay. I don't. I mean, there might be like a tribble that does something. I don't really know. I don't really pay attention to that stuff, to be honest, Andrew. I do my daily and then I'm off the map. Let me see, what's this? 1 second. There is a floater speed tribble? Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember. Gotcha. Elite Valkyries? Yeah, the Elite Valkyries have really nice visuals. I really enjoy using them. Yeah, the triple breeding stuff can get you some interesting tribbles for sure that give you some interesting buffs. There's an entire like area on the wiki, I believe, going over the various triple breeding things that you can do to get the various tribbles in the game. Okay, I need to do Tholian and Herald. Okay, so for the Tholian, we'll do a vault, but for the Herald, let's do that one first, and let me just pick a ship here first. I think I will go with that Terran Aquarius, because I think that's what I've been taking in to some of those queues. Where is it? I think one of the things that would help the pet situation a bit is if we had just full universal access to all the hangar pets. There's a lot of interesting hangar pets out there that are locked to limited ships, like your Borels you're talking about, the Jem'Hadar attack ships, the Romulan drone ships. You know, there's some really interesting pets, and some of those carriers that they're locked to just really aren't good ships. If we could use them on any carrier platform, it'd be a really good boost for that playstyle. Because the Romulan drone ships and some of these pets, they do really well without SAD. So like the Romulan drone ships, if you could put those on any carrier, that'd be nice. The scimitars are good, yeah. Okay, I am going to do... Let's see here. Herald Sphere Elite Public Queue. If you're wanting to join in, then... Okay, you guys always make these things pop fast. I need to set SCM back to the correct file here. We'll be waiting for that to go. I'm going to see if there's any more comments on Reddit about this. I haven't looked at any of the conversations, so I don't know what people are saying elsewhere about the Maelstrom.
The Gateway Network gives the Heralds
I believe. I believe we got this. I think my game sound is a little bit higher than it usually is. Yeah.
inbound. The Heralds are destroyed. Get to our gateway and enter the sphere.
I just saw the pop-up. Where'd it go there? The Viridian plasma cannons look so cool. Though those red bolts are really immersive.
Stop the Herald forces before they reach the gateways. Gateway opening at 11 o'clock. Gateway opening at 10 o'clock. Gateway opening at 1 o'clock.
I mean, you could still use the Maelstrom for a big hit on a target. It's just not
Gateway opening
what it
at 1
was.
o'clock.
Rear shield failing.
Gateway opening at 9 o'clock. Gateway opening at 3 o'clock. Gateway opening at 1 o'clock.
Oh, that one's gonna get through. Let me go.
Gateway opening at 8 o'clock. Gateway opening at 12 o'clock.
Shields failing.
Gateway opening at 4 o'clock.
Man, my movement is really slow on this today. As is my buff timing.
Gateway opening at 12 o'clock. Gateway opening at 10 o'clock.
How many Viridian plasma cannons do I have on the exchange? The exchange.
Gateway opening.
No, 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 no. You're not getting through. Yeah, definitely not hitting as hard as I did before. That is for sure.
Gateway opening at 4 o'clock. Gateway opening at 6 o'clock. Gateway opening at 5 o'clock. We need to stop the Herald attack on Allied space. Get through that gateway.
There we go. Yeah, so this Eagle setup is I showed this off a couple weeks ago, or I guess almost 2 months ago. This is like a meme tank setup. I got tired of people saying you have to be an engineer or on a cruiser heavy ship in order to tank, and it's like, okay, here's an Eagle tank.
Take out their command vessel.
The Adamant is more of an energy weapon platform, whereas the Eagle is more of a torpedo platform.
Ship is under attack.
Did... Okay. So I think Cryptic's probably been trying to tune this to make it not be time gated and all that, like in this stage of the map, and it looks like their change with this patch probably didn't work, because you know there's. Yeah, we broke it. Now we get to sit here for the next 2 minutes and wait until it lets us progress to the next stage of the map. This is challenging content, you know. Very, very challenging. This is Stowe endgame content is waiting for it to let you onto the next part of the map because it's forced time gates everywhere. No, there it is. The Eagle and the Hydra, nice. Stuka, yeah. Yeah, the Eagle's a very small ship. The Eagle is, remember, the Eagle literally is like something that docks in the lower part of the Odyssey here. This right here on this Odyssey is technically an Eagle. So not a very large ship. Yeah. I believe in you, Captain MD. I mean, you've got a couple days to go through and get it, so 140 Zen, that's easy to get. The Excelsior 2 exists.
Sphere are rising.
The Excelsior 2 is pretty good.
Sensor readings show that the ship is controlling the gateway. Destroy it! The ship is drawing power from the gateways. You need to shut the gates down, or we won't be able to destroy it.
All of that for 138 marks, and that's with the daily though. Like, this is such a pathetic queue when it comes to the rewards. Like, they're trying to do something about that time gate part, but they should be doing something about the rewards too, because you spend 10 minutes in a TFO on Elite and you get, you know, you get like 60 marks. Like, that's a joke. Gotcha. The Excelsior, well, there is a legendary Excelsior in the 12th anniversary, or not the 12th, the 11th anniversary bundle. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So for this one, we're gonna do a Vault Ensnared, and what I'm gonna bring out is your guys's favorite, one of your favorite ships. You know, I could do the E2, or I can do the Connie. Let's do the Connie 3. Please not beam overload. Please fire at will. You know, Voyager, I don't really want to do that. Rather, what I think I'm going to do for you, Voyager, is I'm going to put the dark matter quantum on. We're going to do the dark matter quantum with a beam overload setup on the Connie 3, 6 isomag consoles with the phaser modifier. It's so great. The isomags with the phaser mod are wonderful. I am not trying to sell any on the exchange. I'm not biased at that statement at all. Okay, public queue of... Where is it here? Vault Ensnared Elite public queue. Here we go. Yeah, I do actually have pen mod on. So like I've talked about numerous times in the past, I don't think pen is that bad. I know I keep getting a lot of flack for it because I did not clarify it well enough.
Many of our forces are defending the nuke.
But I think pen is good. Man, the frame rate on this thing is good. All these effects active, and look at that, 250 FPS at 4K. Turn the UI back on though, and it all tanks. I mean, Surgical Strikes is more affordable to set up than Overload. I like that fire. That fire is cool. I'm flying past all that. I'll let you deal with that one. Distant Night. Yeah, the Connie 3 has a battle cloak on it. The Excelsior 2 console is so much fun. I think I missed like a fighter back here. I was hoping one of the pets would clear it out, but apparently not. PvP match when? I'm, you know, as a DPS player, I'm very scared of PvP, you know. I'm gonna, honestly, I think I'm just gonna drop the torpedo. I don't know. I really don't feel like I'm getting much out of this torp. The wide angle would at least go off a bit more. I'm just gonna run the wide angle because with the dark matter, I feel like I'm just not in the firing arc with how I'm spinning around. How much DPS would I recommend for Space Elite content? I'd say at least 100 to 150k. And anything you can do above that is going to give you some breathing room for the event that you have some weaker teammates. Especially if you're going into like random elite content. The more DPS you have, the better. And you don't have to completely sacrifice your survivability to get high DPS. There are ways to have very high DPS and very high survivability. Things like that Valdor console, which I've talked about previously, that's really good. That's off a ship that you can get from the shipyard for like 70k to lithium, the Valdor Heavy Warbird. That keeps your shields up really well. The Fleet Colony attack consoles are good for survivability also. Wish those event promo choices were account-wide, yeah. Is the ship Kirk commanded... Which one? Which one, Stuka? The Connie? Like the original Connie? That's... Yeah, I mean, you can get the Enterprise. There's multiple Enterprises available in there. Yeah, this wait time is because this is a time-gated queue.
It's worse than I thought.
Now we have the next time gate to go for. Okay, go after the ones with the yellow stuff behind them first. Those are the priority to take out. feel like my cooldown reductions just are not as reliable today. As soon as you see any spawn with that yellow line, take him out right away. Okay, I have my chat blocked by the window I was on, so let me... Want to get the legendary first strike bundle, but just setting up the ship seems like too much effort. Oof. I understand that feeling, though, to be honest. Beam overload misfired, of course. In a queue like this, honestly, beam overload works if it doesn't misfire, which you can hear. The weapons don't sound like beam overload when I fire them quite often here, and that's because beam overload just keeps misfiring. And what misfire means is it fails to activate and it just goes on a cooldown. Some of you have probably experienced that, especially with the servers in this game. It just... The performance can be all over the place in this game. That fire console, you're just lighting them all on fire. It's great. Must be your ISP. The ultimate trick question: how many enterprises are we talking? Oh no. Chelgret skin remaster, yeah. Should try this build with Disruptor, Full Beam, Symbiotic Ice Trait. Yeah, I mean, the performance isn't going to be that different.
Excellent. All secure, but we are not. Sensing reinforcements approaching at high walls. Prepare for battle. Shifting to the Tholian flagship if you can. The Tholian flagship is defeated. Excellent work.
The Planned Express, yeah. Temporal seating confuses you. Any suggestions for a command temporal seat? The thing with temporal is there's two ways to go about actually using temporal. Are you using it for recursive shearing to get extra damage on a single target, or are you on a psi boat and you're trying to use some of those abilities? For like a sea store ship. Oh man. I gotta think. What temporal sea store ship would I even recommend? Yeah, the temporal warships are good, like for a do platform. The Jemadar Temporal Vanguard warship, that's a pretty solid platform, and there is a fleet version of that. If you're wanting something a bit more science focused though, then the fleet Lucari ship from a T5 colony, that'd be good. For temporal. The legendary Mogai, I mean, that's a really good ship. Yeah, if you have the legendary Mogai, then that's fine. The only like temporal abilities I'd be worrying about, probably like with where you're at right now, would probably just be recursive shearing. Recursive shearing would be the big one. Did I get into the thing, or this is an ancient map, so I wasn't sure if I got like bugged into the starbase. Yeah, the legendary Mogai, very good ship. And this thing is handled streaming pretty well so far. This again is what do I have this on? I don't remember if I. So this is using the AMD hardware AV1 for this stream, and it hasn't dropped a single frame the entire time. Whereas with the NVIDIA setup I was using before, I kept having dropped frames left and right. Just drag this over. I missed a couple other comments. Yeah, the summer ship is definitely going to be interesting. Yeah. The Nandy trait, the reason that got hit was because that was like bugged. Rip. Yeah, make sure to use the new wiki, the stowwiki.net. Don't use the fandom one anymore. Temporal Dread's still good. I think I don't remember it fully, but I mean a lot of the older ships still perform well. Gotcha. The last endeavor I need to get done is VOD War on ground. So let me go do that quick. I think their pages are still a little bit slow to load. I know they've ramped up the server host plan that they're on or whatever, so I don't. I mean, for me, it still takes 15 to 30 seconds for a page to load quite often, but I don't really mind waiting. But yeah, it definitely is still slower. Don't have time to wait. Terrible. Does ERL work with Oxterbat? I don't know, Cheops. I have not seriously tried ERL. I just didn't care enough about it, to be honest. What's the best plasma ground weapon? Isn't it like the repeating rifle that people used to go nuts about? Yeah, on the topic of 10-player TFO, let's do a crystalline. Let's do a crystalline catastrophe advanced public queue. Crystalline catastrophe advanced public queue. Let's get this pop going. That's 10 of us can get in there and participate in that one. I think the still better folks have messed around with ERL a little bit in the past, so might be good to shoot them a message. Crystalline catastrophe public queue if anyone wants to join. Spud, you've come back to some TFOs. The PvP endeavor scares me. It was so quiet, I thought I came back to the end of the stream. Terrible. Yeah, I think the settings on the stream need to be tuned a little bit more. The noise gate, I do not remember what I had the settings at before. But I think that was causing me to cut out a little bit earlier. Yeah. Undoubtedly, I believe it. That took, 90 seconds, and I got more marks out of that than I got out of the 10-minute long Herald Sphere. I don't know. If I queue for PvP, the issue is I'm just going to be farmed. That's usually what happens when I go into PvP. I don't have any survivability on this build, but, we'll do it. For you guys, solo queue. I joined it. Solo or duo queue. I'm going to get slammed. I'm going to die in like one shot because that's how it goes in a PvE build. I don't have the stuff, unfortunately, for a PvP build on this character. I don't have, like, Invincible. Target casual sab. Oh, no. What are my thoughts on advanced and elite? If you die, you get damaged and have to go to a medic or ship repair. I mean, I think that's fine. You can keep a stack of those items, the repair items, in your bank, and you can use them from your bank during a TFO. So I never really care about them that much. It's an inconvenience, but like that's the only penalty we have in this entire game for dying, really, is you have a small injury on your ship that you can repair for free, or you can pay a small amount of VC to be able to, repair it, to have the ability to repair it mid-fight. Can't wait to breathe fire on Spencer. Unfortunately, you are on my team. It's time for all of us to just get obliterated. I knew I was gonna get someone in here on like a proper side, like something locking me down. I knew it was gonna happen. And my ship is too slow for this. I'm dead there again. My mobility is so terrible for this. Yeah, I don't have a PvP setup on this character. On SOB, I might still have like a Deimos setup, but I haven't really actively done PvP in such a long time. Yeah, I'm way too slow to go against dogfighters. I'm way too slow. And I can't target this person. Yeah. You guys should have seen a couple years back when the Proton consoles were really bad. That was a rough time for PvP. I'd like to get one of their PvPers for this final kill. Placates. Oh, we got it. I mean, that went better than I expected. We did kill their weaker players quite a bit though. My damage wasn't terrible. Distant Night, you beat me. Terrible. No, I mean that went fairly well for me being in an immersion RP build, you know, with beam overload phasers. Oh no, getting farmed. Drake, it just, you know, it's such challenging content. But I should PvP more because I need to, you know, I need to pump up the demand for Tyheth, right? Gotta get that market manipulation in. I didn't even have Tyheth on for that. Oh no. Yeah, August, the competitive side of Stowe is very bad because of systems like the Endeavor system and just the general cost of builds. You know, the cost to get like a super min-max build, if you look at, you know, what are the high-end builds that people are running? If a new player wants to come in and replicate some of those, they can legitimately be looking at like $1,000+. What even is the current PvP meta? I would say to look at the builds Discord. There is a category for PvP, and if you're looking on the YouTube side, Brett's gaming channel, I think is the name of it. He's got some really good PvP videos. Drake, I don't care if everyone already has Tyheth. They need a second one, right? That's how it works. Gotta sell more of them. Tyheth is the KDF version. The Fed version is called KLL. This is pretty much a must-have DOF for PvP, and it also has some PvE survival applications. It's a warp core engineer that has a 40% chance to remove all debuffs off of you when you use emergency powered subsystem abilities. But because of how the emergency powered subsystem abilities work under the hood, this 40% chance actually has 4 chances to go off every time you hit an emergency powered subsystem's ability, and it can activate multiple times from one emergency powered subsystem ability. So it's pretty good. It's a very good way to reliably clear debuffs off of your build. Yes, Warp Core, I did. There are so many better games for PvP, it's not even funny. I know. I know. So time to open those elite Q boxes, see if I got anything, you know, out of them. Did I get screwed over today? There's the one part out of the first box. Nothing out of the second, nothing out of the third. So again, if you're opening, you know, doing elite queues, trying to farm the advanced components, I recommend trying to get up to like 10 plus boxes before you open them. Because if you open one at a time, it can feel much worse. I mean, maybe I think Nick was doing some PvP with Brett last night in Discord, and I don't know if McStud was. I hopped in there briefly just to chat with him, but no. HSE. You know what? Let's do HSE in the Neo Connie. Let's get the immersion going. You guys ready? Terrible. Distant Night, this is for you. Hive, Onslaught, Elite, Public Queue, here we go. Kigo, the isomags. The isomag components are probably the hardest to acquire right now. The issue with the science consoles is that there's so much saturation now, and there's such little demand for those consoles that those are just crashing. The pet consoles are cool, but they're too niche for widespread adoption. The isomags are the only advanced console currently that I would say has potential for widespread adoption. You can try to save your loadouts, but unfortunately, your tray likes to scramble. I mean, I loaded into this Connie 3 earlier on the stream, and it had scrambled even my loadout. When I hit my loadout, it didn't correctly load the tray. Yeah, no problem, Drake. You would think, but that has not happened. I should probably do fire wheel, but I'm still on beam overload. This is gonna hurt.
Accept the gift of assimilation. Your efforts are futile. Destroy this vessel, and I will claim another.
Oh, the feedback got taken off. Good. Yeah, I spun in circles. I did DPS apparently.
The end.
Good job, team.
I admire your strength.
Oh, look at all this loot. All the salvage.
With us, you could be so much more.
And once again, got a lot more marks out of that one than I did from the Herald Sphere, which took like 10 times as long. Nerfing things comes before fixing things such as loadouts, yeah. Yeah. The Borg Queen's feedback pulse is the only thing the World Razor fears, yeah. What are my least favorite ships? I do not like the Nadarian jellyfish. I think that encourages a bad playstyle. But at the same time, I understand why people use it. The only thing I'd say is if you're going to go AFK in a jellyfish, just make sure you're positioned in a good part of the map. Having an AFK player on the team sucks, but if they're in the Nadarian, at least they're doing something. It's just a matter of can they put their ship in the right spot. I remember seeing in Upiter Eratus people flying off to some corner of the map and in their jellyfish, and it's just like, what the hell are you doing? You go to one of the main points on the map, turn the jellyfish on there if that's what you're gonna do. But that's the big thing. But for me, a least favorite ship outside of that, oh man, I don't mind the Enterprise J. I'm not Triz. Probably like some of the more annoying PvP size ships. Like I was never a fan of the Damash. I think it's the Damash. Is that the science one? I was just never a fan of that size spam stuff in PvP. 1.1 million. Very nice. Distant Night. Anything Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker I just think is a lazy specialization. The only good thing about Miracle Worker is the extra console slot. In my opinion. I mean, there's narrow sensor bands is cool. MAS is situational. But it just doesn't feel as good as the other specializations. Missed 4 hours of stream already, yeah. Is the Maelstrom still worth using? Honestly, Ryan, I'd probably just drop it. If you want to do high yield, look at something like the Delphic or the EBM. If you want to do spread, probably just go back to the Dark Matter. The Maelstrom can still slam, but in the test that I did earlier, which aren't 100% scientifically accurate. I know someone's going to complain about them, but I think they're good enough to show that the Maelstrom is not in a good spot. The thing with the Maelstrom is that you were using it for the spike it had, and it just lost half of its spike, which is brutal. What were the attacks in stats? Let's look. Attacks in Warp Core, you had 13%, Stargate had 29, and Distant Night here had 54% of the attacks in. Fire Console did 91k. Very nice. Isn't Warp Core censored in SCM? I'm gonna have to add into the ban list. Warp Core is banned. Can't. We got a Warp Core that slipped through the filter. Park and do nothing is perfectly valid, damn it. Yeah, if you know what you're doing with the Nadarian, it's perfectly fine. It's just people going and screwing around somewhere else. It's just annoying. Yeah, the unkillable and the cool line, yeah. Quick fire. What is your favorite ship for each specialization? Command, Miracle Worker, Intel, Temporal, Pilot, go. Miracle Worker, Vodwar, Juggernaut, Command, Delkina, Intel. Oh man, that's a hard one. Probably the Hydra right now. I really like that. Temporal, World Razor, Pilot. Ooh. Pilot. The Pilot one's the hard one. I can't think of a favorite pilot ship. I mean, the Eagle's cool. I have the Chirax. It's cool, but the favorite? That's a rough one. What pilot ship do I even have here? I know this isn't a quick fire answer, but like this is the only one I'm struggling with. I guess, I mean, the Gorn Hunter's the recent one, but the ship itself sucks to fly. It's just the accessories. The Eagle, I think, is just a cheap answer. I don't really fly pilot ships that much. I guess for most unique pilot ship that I've flown, probably... I don't know. That's the tough one. The Eagle definitely has a lot going for it, so sure, I'll go with that. Legendary Defiant. I mean, the Legendary Defiant's cool, but it's not my favorite. Legendary Bug Ship. I completely forgot about that. Legendary Bug Ship would, yeah. Legendary Bug Ship would be probably the one I'd say. Is Pilot not putting out DPS numbers? Pilot can still do well. It's just, I guess I always treat Pilot as more of just a mess around specialization rather than, something too serious most of the time. That's still the mindset I have with it, which is hard to get past. Which Sona is Pilot? I don't think any of them. I don't think any of the Sona ships have Pilot. I might be wrong, but I don't think they do. Yeah, the Legendary Bug Ship's a good answer, though. Yeah, I mean, the visuals on the Legendary Defiant are cool, for sure. Okay. We are going to end the stream the same way it started off with the, speaking of the Delkina, we're going to take that into one more ISC and just see how it goes again here. Not expecting anything crazy, just... Or should I take the Connie 3 in? What do you guys want? You want me to take the Delkina in again with the Maelstrom, or we already know the answer to how that is. You want me to take the Connie 3 into an actual ISE? Would the isomagnetic be good on the torp boat? No. Nope. The isomags are basically worthless for a torp boat. That's why any of the torp modifiers on them are pretty much a reroll. Okay, you guys want... I'm seeing... As soon as I say that, everyone wants to see the Connie. Okay. USS Cruiser. The World Razor is legitimately, I would say, the best ship they've released this year so far. Like, for the actual platform itself. The World Razor, I think... My opinion on it, and I think Game Freaks was saying something similar, is that the World Razors should still be like one of the top DPS platforms for like torps. And with the with the stuff today, with the Maelstrom getting hit, I think that remains true. The World Razor's good. Classic ISE stream, I know. ISE public queue, here we go. And that immediately popped, which is highly concerning. Especially given that there's usually a delay on the stream. Though I don't know how much of a delay there on. Really? It dumped me into one already in progress. That's where we're at with the public elite queues, is it's dumping us into existing ones. Well, that was a bit disappointing.
That the transwarp conduit has been destroyed. However, our scans of the starbase are still being disrupted. We will need to send in a wait.
Nah, it's disappointing because the part of the map's already done. So if you ever have that happen, that can screw you over for uploading. Ah, terrible. Disappointing way to end the stream. I get the Connie 3 tomorrow, won it from a fleet. Nice. Excited to see the DPS on this run. I was at 600. I mean, it wasn't terrible, but I mean, Beam overload just never does really that much damage. The thing is with beam overload, you know, it's more of an immersion firing mode rather than performance, in my opinion. 45 seconds too long, I know. The Connie 3, I think it's not the worst ship in the game, to be clear. I know the issue with it is the cost. If it had been a C-store ship, it'd be fine. But as a promotional tier ship, it's in a rough state. Now, I am going to give you guys a little bit of a teaser, and undoubtedly, I'm going to be hearing that this is a clickbait title and all that stuff. But I'm going to be doing a review on the narrow angle phaser beam arrays from the Connie 3 here sometime soon. And the title of it's going to be New Meta Phaser Beams or something like that. So it probably will seem a bit clickbaity to some, but these are actually interesting beams that the Connie 3 has on it, but you can only equip 2 of them. The damage on them is like between a normal beam array and a dual beam bank. So they are actually really good beams to have on a build. The issue is you can only run 2 of them and the cost. Pure clickbait? Yeah. Legendary Excelsior is the same in account wide for the same price. So yeah, that's the issue. What's the trait in console? The console off of the Starship trait is Thunder Run. That's plus 20% Cat 2 for beams, some defense, and if you have Threatening Stance on, it will give you 150% threat gen when you hit Fire at Will, Beam Overload, or you cloak or decloak. As far as I remember, these are like the exact same visuals as normal phasers. They're orange. Got to get that AdSense. I got to fund the GPU. You know, I gotta fund the replace the GPU cost there. I do like how it looks though. Part of me, you know, I need to get the cables sorted out. And I have thought about, do I want to put a water block on this? But I really like how this cooler looks, to be honest. And the cooler performance has been good so far. So I might just leave it without a water block for now. It's doing good enough. Yeah. But yeah, gotta get the AdSense to cover that. The console on the Connie 3 is what is it? Reclaim bioelectrical wave capacitor. So if you're an Adarian player, this console is actually pretty nice because it's 40% Cat 2 electrical damage. I mean, the 2 Terrans would probably beat it out, but you can't run 2 Terrans. I have some cable mod cables somewhere. The issue is that this has 3 8-pin PCIe connectors on it, and I only have 2 sleeved cable mod ones, so I'm just gonna have to order a third off Amazon. I think it's like 13 bucks. Yep, Ethan. It applies when you come out of cloak, or when you hit beam overload or firewall. Dustin, thank you so much for the 20. Here's to help with the GPU. Very much appreciated. I can dream. Shame on you. I wish. Imagine if you could run all the turns. Yep, there's lots of electrical buffs recently, so that bioelectrical wave capacitor, then the new Hesperian stuff, like you can boost electrical up quite a bit. And again, if you need I actually have a GT710 in a drawer next to me. And a 7850 somewhere, like a really old one. Again, thank you to everyone that tuned in today. Long stream for sure. Yeah, I've seen some of those. Just the cost is high. Cost can certainly be high. So to recap for today, we had a couple new memberships and super chats there. So Dustin, again, thank you for the 20. August, thank you for the membership there. Elijah, thank you for the 10 gifted. Kathy, thank you for the super chat. And Andrew, thank you also for the membership. I am going to call it for this stream here for now because this is 4.5 hours. I've got some stuff to go take care of around the house. So, and I need to get a news video done, which I'll probably have out sometime in the next 24 hours. Megla, oh no, Megla, terrible. Yeah, it'll boost electrical too. Megala, some of your comments, I don't even know what to say. Okay. Thank you all for tuning in. I will see you guys around. And again, expect the content to start to pick back up now that I've got a working computer again. And some of the real life stuff that I had going on has started to resolve itself. So thanks all for tuning in. Next stream will be Saturday. And there will hopefully be a video out tomorrow going over everything that's going on. See you guys around.